Start up on YouTube. All right, we're live on YouTube. So the plan for today for the YouTube VOD is it's another rare Sunday stream. Won't be able to do next Sunday for sure. I will probably not be streaming on Wednesday because, work week's starting back up. But yeah, so we're able to do at least a rare Sunday stream today. We got the status returned yesterday from one of the endpoints, but we need to start setting up a recurring fetch for that status after we've clicked the run buttons that we're fetching and updating that kind of on the fly. And that'll be kind of fun because I think we can even do some count up kind of logic. I don't know. That part's going to be trickier. We'll do it just, as we fetch, we'll show the number updating. But I'm thinking there's a way that we could animate the number updating, and we'll think about how we do that. But yeah, that's our plan for today. And yeah, I think the trickiest part is going to be setting up the use effect to make sure that it cleans itself up when we're no longer running the queue. And then, yes, we still have to figure out the stop functionality. We kind of punted that one a bit, but we got to do it. So let's get to it. Dude, something about these headphones. The right ears do go out quicker than the left. This ear's so quiet. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Just double checking it's not something I'm doing over here, right? Not that I can tell. Yeah. All right. So yeah, it's not something I'm doing at the mixer level. I don't know. Whatever. So yeah. You're deaf in the left ear? I mean, you could just flip the ears. That's not rocket science right there. All right, we are gonna pour a beverage though. We don't want to go as loosey goosey as we got yesterday though. Again, want to pace ourselves. I still want to enjoy a delicious soda. But yeah, we need to settle back into not 2 weeks of vacation debauchery. That's a little tougher. I did do some exercise yesterday, though. Pretty proud of that. We could probably do some today, too. And yeah, I need to start taking my vitamins more. And yeah, we'll switch back to water mixer in the coming weeks as well. Why not? Probably a better idea. But how's everyone doing? Are you all looking forward to getting back to work as much as I am? So then, yeah, you might be looking forward to it as much as I am. I don't give a shit. Technically, it's sacrilege to mix it with Coca-Cola, too. But yeah, who gives a shit what whiskey snobs say? And they're actually wrong. If you heavily water down whiskey, you can actually get really really into the subtle notes of its flavor. Like if you really want to explore the flavor of a whiskey, heavily water it down. I think whiskey snobs are just plain wrong on that one. Right? You can just like let it sit and you can really explore the flavors. Sweet tea with vodka? Ooh, that sounds kind of nice. Never seen someone use 0.5 space indents? No, that's actually 2 spaces. They're just more efficient spaces. Okay. Man, we were ranting like hell yesterday, weren't we? Yesterday was a rant stream. Sweet tea with vodka, is that basically an Arnold Palmer? No, an Arnold Palmer actually doesn't have vodka in it. Arnold Palmer is just lemonade and tea. You can add vodka to it, but that's a separate thing. As far as I know. Then hold on. What did you just try to type? Oh, you were pointing out the white space programming language? Hold on 1 second. Let's double check on that. What is this? Okay, I see, I see. That's fun. Okay, interesting. Yep, yep. I think that was like a really interesting, compelling thing about it, though. The fact that as long as your auto formatter doesn't mangle it, you could have white space code mixed in with real code. So you could have 2 languages being interpreted from the same code base. That is interesting to me. Yep, exactly. Yeah, that was in the article. Yep, exactly. Okay, yeah, interesting. So let me double check on my billing. 992. Okay, that's not terrible. But yeah, like, man, I'm a little upset that this. Oh, hold on. Here we go. He said it's in here. Ah, I found it. Thank you. Okay, cool. So someone actually replied. That is great. He deserves a follow, for sure. All right, that's awesome. So, yeah, which ones are we ignoring? Novita. And what was the other? GMI Cloud. And where's Cerebrus? They get a block for an unrelated reason. Because I don't like the people who run their Devra. Okay, so let's try this again. We probably want to modify what we're doing here anyway. All right, so now if we run it, we should start to see some stuff in activity. Yep, nothing egregious yet. It is kind of towards the end of a run that it does it. I'm using GPT OSS 120B. It works well enough for what I'm trying to do, for sure. I don't really want to fiddle with models too much until I establish some good evals. We do see this one spike kind of heavily, but the rest is looking okay. We do see whatever provider this is spiking a bit. Crusoe. And yeah, they're spiking a bit again there too. Vampor, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So, yeah, I think if we just keep running this a bit, we'll identify the outliers of providers that just really kind of screw us on output tokens. All right, so looks like we finished running. Let's double check the queue. Yep, queue is done. Curious what some of these retryables were about. So one problem I'm seeing is that it doesn't feel like some of these events are being run on the fly like they should. Okay, so yeah, we've got a few bugs to fix. I do still find it a little strange that some of these providers still like spike up, but some are just so consistently cool. So let me double check. How much did all that cost us to run? 11 cents. That should not have cost 11 cents. Do you feel like Grok is one of the more expensive providers? It really is, yeah. Interesting. So even when GMI Cloud fucks up, it's so goddamn cheap that we're fucking up by not using it. Interesting. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I probably want to remove the most expensive providers. So yeah, fuck Cerebrus. I'm glad I removed them anyway. So yeah, this is where maybe I still need to like start finding cheaper models, but something to fiddle with. Yeah, we need to get evals going like ASAP. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Something to think about. Let me get more music going, and then I'll read whatever question that was, Vampor. 1 second. You're learning JS, started learning higher order functions yesterday. Today you're writing a rule composer higher order function to combine multiple validation functions, trying to understand the flow, return values, and function composition. Brains fried. You understand the concept, but combining many things together feels over your head. One thing you're going to want to be really careful of is not smashing every problem with the same hammer that you just learned how to use. That's the thing that people who learn like design patterns end up doing. First, they'll read the singleton pattern and everything's a singleton. Then they'll read something about the adapter pattern and then everything's an adapter. You should be using the right patterns for the right things. All right, higher order functions are good for keeping you from repeating boilerplate, but they hide away functionality and they have performance concerns. There are definitely cases where you should use them, but you should be deliberate and not just smash every nail you see with a higher order function hammer. Okay, sorry, getting distracted. I just mentioned Singleton. You haven't heard that in years? Yeah, but that same instance is still going. Yeah, the fact that Crusoe still had those spikes means I definitely want it ignored too. All right, so let's try this one more time. And what's up, King? How you doing over on YouTube? All right, so let's try and run this lens again. You're suffering from the consequences, King? Oof. It's not ideal. All right, so we don't see any major spikes. That's good. We do see output spike a little bit. What provider is this? Shoots. All right. Shoots is at least one of the cheaper ones. All right. Looks like they all ran. Very few of them went into a retriable state, which is good. So now if we go look at our pricing, right, 981 down to 978. That's way better. Yeah, dude. So yeah, we kind of want to ignore all the most expensive providers. But I like our disallow list at this moment, right? So Novita and GMI were randomly spiking output tokens to like 8,000 and like just flooding with a bunch of nonsense. Cerebras is way too expensive, and I have a personal vendetta. And Crusoe was also spiking, and they're also one of the more expensive ones too. But Cerebras is the most expensive, so fuck them. Right? So yeah. So far, I think we're good, right? Novita was good. They spiked just a little too much. GMI Cloud was the worst offender, but Novita was definitely spiking too. Personal vendetta against Cerebras? Yeah. Like, the people that run their DevRel suck. They will let people RSVP to an event, right? We're talking like thousands of RSVPs for an event that they know they only have capacity for 400 people at. And there weren't 400 people in there. Yeah, like just bad planning, and then they were dicks about it. So they just don't respect people at all. Like, fuck them. I will never use Cerebras. Yeah, ever, ever, ever again. Nope. Their DevRel person sucks. I don't know about the rest of the company. Their prices, fuck that. Yeah, fuck their prices. But especially fuck them for whoever runs their community organizing. Like, nah, I refuse. I don't know if they kept them. I don't care. I'm out. I'm not touching their product whatsoever ever again. Right? It's like some restaurants that give you food poisoning. You might go back and eat at a really good restaurant that you've eaten at a bunch that, okay, once after like 50 times eating there, I got food poisoning. Okay, I could go back. But if you get food poisoning the first time you go to a restaurant, you're never eating there again. Exactly. Yeah. I'm not bound to one company, right? It's just whoever's hosting the model, I can use them. And there we go. So yeah, like there's no moat. Like no moat whatsoever for Cerebras. I don't give a shit if they make their own chips or not. I don't fucking care. I just want to use some inference in the cloud. And they are not the only fish in the sea. I feel like they thought they were the big fish. No, they're just some fucking tuna. Not even a particularly big or tasty one. In fact, no, they're not even tuna. They're flounder. I don't know. What's like a shitty fish? I know there's the one that's like it tastes awful and it basically has no nerve endings. So there's animals that'll like munch on it, but there's no nutritional content. What is that fish? Is that the sunfish? Yeah, Cerebrus is a sunfish. They're not some big fish. They're just another fish that provides no nutritional value and just floats along. Boom, roasted. Yeah, and yeah, I really like that, Hoxie. The fact that you can just be like, no, fuck these guys. I'm not using them ever again. And it doesn't affect my day-to-day whatsoever. But yeah, it's just massively disrespectful. Like I didn't even drive as far out as some other people who got denied at that event. Right? There were people that drove like an hour to get into the city to go to this fucking event. Just to get turned away because Cerebras doesn't understand what RSVP actually means. See, I would be very curious if I'm the only person that walked away with a never using Cerebras again attitude. I would be very surprised if I'm the only person. So yeah, like in my opinion, that was probably like a money losing event for them. Not just the cost it takes to run the event, but like the amount of like potential deals that they lost because of it. It just blows my mind that someone can be that short-sighted. But whatever. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I should make sure I RSVP for every event they ever post and I just don't show up. Right? If they don't understand what RSVPs mean, I can just abuse them. Easy. No problem. That would be the right way to do it, but instead I just want to have nothing to do with them anymore. It's not even worth the energy of that, you know? Oh, damn. All right. So, yeah, only 2,000 views, but 21 likes, and from people that I consider important. That's awesome. That's fucking great. Check yes and no? Nah, that's not how that works. You just check yes. All right, so let's close some of this jazz. We'll keep that. We'll keep the training. I definitely want to make sure I go to that. And do I still have that link? Fuck. I definitely don't have that link anymore. Damn it. I need to find that again. Yeah, I need to do the I need to hit up Zayu again for the submission link. I don't know how I lost that. I had it, and now it's gone. I must have closed it by accident. Damn. Oh, wait. No. Hold on. I think I dragged it over here. That's it. No. I kept it. I kept it. There we go. Yeah. That's where it was. All right. Cool. Cool. So, yeah, we can close this. We can close that. And yeah, so far, none of these providers spiking that crazy. Awesome. The goose is always the best mascot. Oh, was that their logo? I didn't even look. And then King, are we RSVPing that one? The Atmosphere Conf? I will probably go to it. I would like to get a talk accepted, but I don't know. I'll probably go to it anyway. It's just right there in Canada. Like, it's just right there in Vancouver. So yeah, for $199 for a ticket, I wouldn't mind paying for a ticket. I don't mind that at all. It'd be cooler if it was right here in Seattle again. The Atmosphere Conf? This will say March 26th to 29th. Okay. And man, I was thinking I didn't need this, but I do need to use the restroom for just a second. Let's do this. Let's put on just a quick video. I definitely should have handled this before stream. But let me just put on this. Sure, why not? Give me just a sec. Give me like 5 to 10 minutes max. Let's do the Gary Bernhardt one. Yeah. All right, so yeah, give me a sec. I'll pass the link to YouTube. I just need 5 to 10 minutes max. Sorry about this. It's rare for me. Just, got to be comfortable while you stream. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Man, usually have stomach stuff taken care of before or after stream, but yeah, man, didn't do it this morning. And yeah, shit happens. Literally. Okay, and I just realized I pasted this link in the wrong place. All right, so if you guys want to see the rest of this talk, right, there's the link. I'll paste it again to Twitch here, and let's get back to work. Sorry about that. Yeah, man. Nature calls sometimes. Okay. Hands are still wet from washing them. So yeah, I know, only human. I'm working on it, you know? One of these days I'm gonna get metal legs. It's a risky operation, but it'll be worth it. Okay. Music's good, all that's good. Cool. All right, so yeah, if we refresh, we'll see that that ran everything, and yeah, our prompt. All right, no, this is actually a good filter. I think Firefox might actually start faster on my machine. Damn, roasted. Damn, dude. Okay, yeah, so I think, yeah, this lens is actually accurate. Now, we do see that there are some new events, and why are those not running? So here's my thought, right? Because we already have like 2 new events. If we just turn it off, we can see, yeah, 16 minutes ago, 21 minutes ago, 23, 25. So there is discussion happening. But they didn't run. Yeah, that's your second message, and it's the same thing every time. I'm thinking ban time, because that just seems like spam. And looking at the fact that that's in your banner too, yeah, it just seems like a spam account. What say you, Jim? Oh, yeah? So you're a real person that spams? That's actually sadder. Right. So let's do the polling thing. We should have an endpoint for fetching a keyword lens status, right? So that's when we do the start. We've got a stop command. Do we have a status command? And we don't. Okay. Yeah. So we need to create a status command. Or endpoint or whatever. Yeah, it is a little weird. Yeah. No, but by getting any kind of engagement or interaction, they've already won. Right? It's like a level of like narcissism or like egocentrism. The moment the show has become about them, they've won. Right? Which is why it's so sad when a real person does it. You know, that's all they got going in their life. That's the only way they can feel important. It's a little sad. But yeah, so we at least have this part, right? Yeah, the contents of it are wrong, though. Status here. I think read should be enough for that. But yeah, this is the part where we start having to query the actual Oban table. Now, one thing I find interesting is that the dashboard here actually allows you to do things like filtering for a specific arg value. How are they doing that part? Like, I almost want to see the source code. All right, so that's for like search stuff. I don't see filtering in here yet. It's a large file. Yeah, they are just calling like raw select statements. Okay. Yeah, so that's just what we have to do. Um, how are they running these things, right? We see query. I guess I'm struggling to see where this is getting called. Oban is the queuing system for like persistent queues in the Elixir ecosystem. I guess what I really want to see is where the query is getting run. And maybe that's over here in cache query. Yeah, it's then just running repo.all. Okay. And then where is repo coming from? That's just ecto, right? Oh, oban dot repo. Ah, right. Which we should be able to use just fine. Okay. So that kind of helps me think about where we want to put this thing. Hold on, let me double check GitHub. Have we seen any response about the discussion we created over on Ghosty? Nope. 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 All right, whatever. Okay, so oh man. Okay. I just noticed that NVIDIA is hiring a developer relations manager for CAE higher education and research. Yeah, I'm not a fit. But man, 224 to 356K? Woo-wee. Like, damn. All right, so let me show you the file system. All right. We need to create a repository for querying Oban. And it's just a table in the database. But because it's using like Oban's repository, I kind of want to put it in this Oban folder instead of inside of like the Messijo folder with all the other repository stuff. So it's almost going to be like messijo.oban.repo. Or messijo.oban.query. Let me double check how we're naming these others. All right, so it's just messijo.accounts. And then, yeah, we're using like our repo to do the querying. So it's really not the repo. I do think it lives up here in the Oban directory. What do we want to call it, though? Queries? Data? Yeah, what's the name we want to give this thing, man? That's the tricky part. Yeah, messijo.oban.query. I think that's it. All right, so there's going to be get pending lens jobs. And King. Oh, I'm back. Yeah. I was only gone for, I think it was only 5 minutes. Pretty sure I was looking at the clock. It's rare that I have to use restroom on stream, though. So yeah, sorry about that. Well, not the restroom, but like that version of the restroom, without getting gross. Okay. Delete all jobs. Where's that actually coming from? And I guess, yeah, this from is no good, even though that should be right. Right, but the way that we're doing this is going to be no good. What we want to do here is maybe Q, which will be default. Let me get more music going. Okay. Yeah. So Q default. Let me get my phone out of my pocket. And then hold on. Let me look at a calendar. Use it as a Rorschach test to see if the streamer can pass a vibe check. Uh-huh. Yeah, let me look at calendar 2026. Let me see what day I'm going to be out. Yeah, I'm going to miss that. Damn. That's a bummer. Wanted to go to that event. No, well, there'll be other months. Okay. All right. So, anyhow, hold on. like, time-wise, we had moved on. And then 20 minutes later, you bring it back up again, Jim. Yeah, I don't think you passed my vibe check. Bye. And then, yeah, King says, AI ruined emojis for you unless it's friends. You ignore any communications that have emoji in it. Well, I think that's a little extreme. Yeah, Jim got the boot. Right? Like, dude, 20 minutes ago was when we were talking about that. That was the time to do it. If he wasn't trolling, why'd he bring it up 20 minutes later? That's just straight up trolling. They got their attention, and then they weren't talked about for a bit, and then they needed the attention again. Come on. Okay, so I know the reason this is happening. We need, right? Like if we look at the top, there's actually a thing that they're importing or aliasing that I'm forgetting, right? We need to import ecto query. That's why we're getting these errors. So King, you need a name for a CLI app for changelog stuff. You're thinking Changist. Sure. Or Changeity, right? Like Ghosty. Changeity. Right? You can see it down there, how I spelt it. For some reason, I mean, it's obvious when I'm going to say it, but like, these seem like the names of tools that Chang from Community would come up with. Are you excluding Chang? That's Changist. So if you really, really want to come up with a name, you have to go rewatch Community and listen for any lines that Chang says or anything related to Chang in general. And I think then you'll have a really good name. Right? Could you call it Air Vent? I don't know. Yeah. There's definitely stuff you could do. You could name it Kevin. That's a really like deep lore cut for something Chang related. That's like a really deep lore cut, actually. Okay, so we get into job in oban.job. Oh, it could be called CLI, and it's the changelog integrator. I like it. Is there some way we could make it a recursive algorithm? Right, like PHP? Because that'd be way more fun. What does PHP stand for? It stands for PHP Hypertext Preprocessor. Well, what does the PHP stand for in that? PHP Hypertext Preprocessor. You know? It's genius. That's what it used to stand for. It's not what it stands for anymore. Come on. Get out of the 90s, Yanlin. Shit, what's the name of the dude that created PHP? I believe he was Swedish. Rasmus, that's it. And Danish. Danish Canadian. Oh, okay. God, I can't believe I forgot Rasmus's name. How dare I? It was originally an abbreviation of personal homepage, but now it's the recursive backronym. Oh, backronym? Interesting. Backronym. That's a cool new word. I like that. King, take it easy. We're not trying to have arguments like that or start any like that. There's only two kinds of programming languages in the world: the kinds people talk shit about and the kinds that people don't use. Just move on with your day, dude. If someone's using it, someone's talking shit about it. That's fine, King, but we're not trying to have those arguments or conversations. It's super fucking boring. Accept the fact that every language has people talking shit about it. At that point, are you adding anything? No, you're just regurgitating the same shit people have been saying forever. It's not a fun conversation to repeat the same shit over and over again. For everyone here on Twitch, King is trying to rile up some anti-PHP shit over on YouTube. We're not going to allow it. King, I thought you understood this stream well enough to not do that kind of shit. It's fine. Yeah. Right? Exactly. But now, Yanlin's talking about it. King, do you understand why we don't allow those shit comments? There's nothing valuable that's going to be said about it at this point. It's fucking boring. Mm-hmm. There you go, Sternblade. All right, so where do we see what the possible values are for state? Because that's really what we need to query by. Ah. Okay, so pending just isn't valid. Okay, okay. So what we actually want is not completed, discarded, or canceled. Everything else is good. Completed, discarded, or canceled. And what's up, Crow? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Wait, really? No way. It's a good time to take a shower, y'all. Maybe even a bath. Change the date on your computer to the 3rd. Try that one. That's hilarious. The shower is required to make it work. Ooh, Valorant, same issue? Like, is it all of Riot? Looks like SoundCloud's having issues too. This is how you know you've made it as a service, though. Right? When your service is so big that no matter what, somewhere in the world, someone's having a problem with it. Right? There's no flat line for Netflix. There's always someone complaining about Netflix not working for them. Disney, Hulu, Amazon. These charts light up when football is on in Spain. Makes sense. I'm surprised about the SoundCloud one, though. Kind of scary how dependent everyone is on AWS, though. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of always been that way. Like, there's always been some provider that's kind of like the bottleneck for the entire internet. In the past, it was DNS. DNS has since gotten better, but still issues, right? And then real quick, so King, you asked, did I hear about the Zig Tools Zig Book DMCA drama? I did not. So a couple weeks ago, a Zig resource called ZigBook was released with a bold claim of zero AI and an original project-based structure. Unfortunately, a cursory look at the nonsense chapter structure, book content, examples, generic website, and post-backlash issued disabled repo reveals that the book is wholly LLM slop, and the project itself is structured like some sort of sycophantic psyop with botted accounts and fake reactions. We're leaving out all direct links to ZigBook to not give them any more BS traction. We thought that the broad community backlash would be the end of the project, but ZigBook persevered, releasing just last week a brand new feature, a high-voltage BS Zig Playground. As we at Zig Tools have our own Zig Playground, our interest was immediately piqued. The form and functionality looked pretty similar, and ZigBook even bullshit in a non-functional manager, ZLS into their playground to provide all the fancy editor bells and whistles like code completions and go-to definition. Knowing ZigBook's history of deception, we immediately investigated the Wasm blobs. Unfortunately, the Wasm blobs are byte for byte identical to ours. This cannot be a coincidence given the two blobs, Zig.wasm, a lightly modified version of the Zig compiler, and ZLS.wasm, ZLS with a modified entry point for WASI, are entirely custom-made for the Zig Tools Playground. We archived the Wasm files for your convenience, courtesy of the Great Internet Archive. We proceeded to look at the JavaScript code, which we quickly determined was similarly copied, but with LLM distortions, likely to prevent the code from being completely identical. Still, certain sections were copied one-to-one, like the JavaScript worker, data passing structure, and logging. Original ZSS Playground code, plagiarized ZigBook code. The following code from both files is identical. I'm not sure this is considered novel. Like, is this really novel? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this could be formatted different, but then the rest, it's just standard post message BS. Like, the stuff that you kind of just have to do. So yeah, funnily enough, despite copying many parts of our code, ZigBook didn't copy the most important part of the ZLS integration code, the JavaScript ZLS API designed to work with the ZLS Wasm binaries API. That JavaScript code is absolutely required to interact with the ZLS binary, which they did plagiarize. ZigBook either avoided copying that JavaScript code because they knew it would be too glaringly obvious, because they fundamentally do not understand how the Zig Tools Playground works, or because they plan to copy more of our code. To be clear, copying our code in Wasm blobs is entirely permissible given that the Playground and Zig are MIT licensed. Unfortunately, ZigBook has not complied with the terms of the MIT license at all, and seemingly claims the code in blobs as their own without correctly reproducing the license. Right? Even if you're consuming MIT code, you have to give credit where credit's due. Sure. So we sent ZigBook a neutral PR correcting the license violations, but they quickly closed it and deleted the description, seemingly to hide their misdeeds. The original description, also available in the edits dropdown of the original PR comment, is reproduced below. We, Zig Tools, noticed you are using code from the Zig Tools Playground, including byte-by-byte copies of our Wasm blobs and excerpts of our JavaScript source code. This is a violation of the MIT license that the Zig Tools Playground is licensed under, alongside a violation of the Zig MIT license. As the MIT license states, this notice shall be included in all copies and substantial portions of the software. We fixed it by adding the license in question to your repository. As your repository does not include a direct link to the star.wasm dependencies, we've added a license disclaimer on the Playground page as well that mentions the license. Right? Their aforementioned bad behavior and their continued violation of our license and unwillingness to fix the violation motivated us to write this blog post. It's sad that our first blog post is about the plagiarism of our coolest subproject. we challenged ourselves by creating a WASM-based client-side playground to bullshit offline usage, code privacy, and no server costs. This incident has motivated us to invest more time into our playground and has generated a couple of ideas. We'd like to bullshit multi-file support to allow more complex Zig projects to be run in the browser. We'd like to collaborate with fellow Ziguanas, I like that term, to integrate the playground into their excellent Zig tutorials, books, and blog posts. A perfect example use case would be enabling folks to hop into Ziglings online with the playground. The Zig website itself would be a great target as well. We'd like to support stack traces using dwarf debug info, which is not yet emitted by the self-hosted Zig compiler. So in general, right, as Zig community members, we advise all other members of the Zig community to steer clear of ZigBook. If you're looking to learn Zig, we strongly recommend looking at the excellent official Zig Learn page, which contains excellent resources from the previously mentioned Ziglings and Carl Seguin, I don't know how to pronounce that, Learning Zig. We're also using this bullshit to mention that we're fundraising to keep ZLS sustainable for our only full-time maintainer, Techatrix. We'd be thrilled if you'd be willing to give just $5 a month. You can check out our Open Collective or GitHub sponsors. Thanks for reading. So this is before they sent the DMCA. Got it. And does bullshit replace post or blog? I think it depends. Let's double check. Oh, wrong thing. Opportunity. Enable. This one's probably also enable. Yep, enable. What are some other ones? Yeah, ZigBook's even bullshit. Integrated. So yeah, if you also want blog posts and Wikipedia to be just way more fun with the bullshit all over the place, sans bullshit sans. Let me get more music on. So yeah, I hadn't seen any other drama. I guess there's this one now. DMC takedown. Anyone noticed? The guy who made the site is a crypto scam artist. All right, and then real quick. So hold on, off topic, but something you've been thinking about. People who are readers, you wonder when you read, trying to get into reading, but the only time you can see yourself reading is if you're commuting on the train alone. You wonder if the readers have a set time block in which they will turn off their phone and electronics to just sit and read. I've read several of Philip K. Dick's like short stories and books, just sitting on my phone at a bar, like winding down after an event. Yep, no worries, King. I do still recommend, if it's going to be a CLI tool, Changeity. That's a good name. Change CTY? Come on, Changeity. That's a good one. All right, so then Rumple Foreskin, you read when you can, you carry a book with you to appointments, at work, for break, lunch. Most of your leisure time is before bed. You don't get a lot of time on your weekends. You've been renovating, so that time is usually eaten up with that and family. You read physical books. You do not listen to audiobooks or ebooks. You do not use electronics, and usually after 30 minutes, once off screen time for your eyes to adjust. Yeah, I guess it depends on your habits in general, but I find reading a book while pooping to be pretty good. But depends on how long you like to sit there. It's definitely not good for you to sit on the toilet for too long. But good 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. No big deal. But yeah, no, I like having a book like that I'm in the middle of on my phone for just random times. Like it's more fun reading a Philip K. Dick short story than it is doom scrolling Reddit or Hacker News. Usually read the back of a shampoo bottle or deodorant while you're doing that. Yeah. There was that joke in the movie Kingpin, right? Hey man, I gotta use the bathroom. You got something I can read? Yeah, here you go. Oh, this is the new formula. I read that already. And he's looking at the back of a shampoo bottle. Like, totally. It's funny, actually. Oh, I read that one already. You definitely need to watch the movie Kingpin. It is a classic. I would dare say I think it's my favorite Farrelly Brothers movie. I think it's my favorite Farrelly Brothers movie. Let's double check the list real quick, just to be sure. Right, Dumb and Dumber is one of them. Yeah, let's see the list. All right, so as directors, right? Dumb and Dumber, Kingpin, Something About Mary, Me, Myself, and Irene. Ooh, that one's up there. Osmosis Jones, Shallow Hal, Stuck on You. I didn't realize Fever Pitch was one of theirs. Oh, interesting. Heartbreak Kid, Hall Pass. Oh, they did the new Three Stooges? I didn't know that one. Dumb and Dumber 2, meh. I heard Ricky Stenicki was actually kind of good. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, they're fantastic. They're great directors, but I really do think Kingpin is my favorite Farrelly Brothers. Me, Myself, and Irene is a close second. And then all the others, they're good, you know? It's just, it's hard to beat Kingpin. And I guess TV stuff, they've done several episodes. I guess they did a bunch of Loudermilk. I didn't know that. That's cool. Huh. Oh, Kingpin's on like YouTube's like free movies, like legitimate free movies. That's awesome. Classic film. I'd say definitely give it a shot if you can. Wait, Green Book won an Academy Award? Oh, shit. Huh. Might have to watch that. But anyway, let's get back to doing code. Okay, so that comes back empty. Did I hear back from the people who were sending in a lot of new line logs? Technically, someone replied that there is a way to limit which providers you use. So if you go to settings, I believe, right, there's actually an ignored providers thing that I just missed. So someone pointed that out. I did not hear from anyone about GMI Cloud or Novita specifically, but GMI Cloud was like the worst offender. They're the ones that did the NNNNN BS. But I do like that idea. Let's do this. Name and shame time. Hell yeah, dude. At the Alps? That's legit. And what's up, Deborah Live, Nando? How you doing? All right, so hold on. That's not what I was looking for. Crusoe, Novita. What is the beef with Cerebrus? Really rude DevRel. So they held an event back in the fall that was like, they accepted thousands of RSVPs, but they only had room for like 400 people. I managed to get in because moves. And then dude was extremely rude, and there were not 400 people down there. So I don't even think they were at capacity. They were just being dicks. Just, yeah, personal reasons. All right. All right, so we're able to fetch these. As far as delete pending lens jobs, this is more like just delete lens jobs. It's not even pending. I just don't even care. Gone. Uh, nah, we still want this same bit. So yeah, we could reuse a bunch of this. But that should be good enough for now, right? And maybe instead of pending, this is like get incomplete. I think pending's fine. Yeah, I think pending's fine. Yeah, okay, so we do the query thing. Then in lens controller, right, we do the fetch. All right, so we should be able to fetch that just fine. We do this. We've got status there. EX is Elixir. Yes, exactly, Crow. Crow, we've been working on this project since at least June. And it's been Elixir on the back end the entire time. Stream Parrot, the back end for that is Elixir. I know, I get it. I'm just having fun. But okay, so we need to go to the router and add this route. That looks right to me. We need to rebuild the SDK. And that's not good. Ah. Keyword lens status response. Isn't that what I just did? Oh, hold on. Well, wait, no. Yeah, these are actually just wrong. Because this is saying no content, but it should be an okay. So start and stop there are a problem. It's just there, man. We don't need this, though. Yeah, still the same issue. Hold on, we're seeing warning, warning, undefined function. So it's still lens status response not available. The problem is they don't really show us where that got surfaced from. Those warnings are fine. Yeah, the warnings are not the end of the world. We should fix a lot of them, but yeah, that should not be stopping us from rebuilding this SDK. So then I guess the only other thing, and let me get more music on, is we need to figure out, is there another file that we're doing this in? No, it's all in here. So we do def module, we do that, and we do that. And all that looks right to me. Interesting. So we could just do the fully qualified name. Ah, I see it. I see it already. Oh, I see it. I don't know why my brain completely missed this part. That was it. That was it. That's annoying. I was looking at all the other parts of what we were doing. Yeah. Like, it really should have given us some other warning that, like, that module didn't exist. Like, I think that's a flaw in the LSP or whatever, because that should have been working. Okay, so we get those done. We actually were returning the status. All right, so then, yeah, remove events from the queue. We need to do here. Okay, so now we need to do this stuff on the front end. So we need a recurring event, right? So this is going to be like a fetch every, let's call it 5 seconds for now, maybe 10, but 5 should be fine. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be inside of status here. And we want to make it work for this page, but because we've also got stuff in here, we should be able to test the prompt manually from here. That'll be a separate thing to fix, but I like that idea. So we end up clicking this button. Because this isn't making the request, though, that's a little weirder. Right, like we moved the HTTP request out to the level above this. Which means the events page is the thing actually doing the work. And this is the on run that we do. And yeah, I don't think this is even correct. Yeah, so we go to here and it's actually a flaw. And especially because that isn't used. It doesn't even exist anymore. Okay, so yeah, we do those. So then we get to here, and yeah, this still complains because it's a different type. But that's actually just a flaw of this. Because yeah, it's not promise void. We want the status value. I think on lens result goes away. So yeah, we do on run, and then this is going to come back with something. So then we do a dot then. So we do that part. But on the outside here, right, we do this, right? We do start lens. It comes back with some stuff. But what we probably want to do is we see on run, we probably want to do on lens result. But it's not really on lens result. It's on status update. Yeah, it's going to be on status update. So we need to update lens status here. And we're actually not calling that anywhere because, yeah, we're actually not running the status update loop yet. So I think we have some state we want to track in here. And I think, yeah, processed events is maybe a thing we want to do. Where are we calling that? Anywhere else? In here, and that's it. Yeah, that part's fine. Okay, so then back to this. This is going to be lens status. But I think we only care about the value. And honestly, I think it's just that. So it's just stopped or running. Right? So if the status is stopped, we don't need to call this. Actually, we want to do an initial fetch. I'm okay with fetching this like a couple extra times here and there. Right? And then here, sure, we're just doing that. I think I like it. We will see how much I do or do not like it here in a second. All right, so status gives us a 404 sad panda. Why? No route. Did we not add that to the router? Wait a minute. What? So orgs, keywords, lenses, status. Oh, wait. We made it a post. I mean, it was definitely a typo, and that was a copy and paste issue. Yep. All right, so now it's a 500 sad panda. That is a separate thing. Wait, did I do the Peter Griffin laugh and I didn't even think about it? I didn't even realize I did it. I think I did, didn't I? All right. I wasn't even paying attention. I do it subconsciously now. Like, yeah. Oh shit. Did I really do that? I didn't even think about it. Sounded better when it wasn't intentional. I know. I get it. That's better. That's funny. That's really good. That's funny. I used to have a friend, like, I like changed my laugh a little bit at one point. It's where like I was intentionally doing that laugh. Had someone like upset. Like, you can't change your laugh. It's just fake. Like, dude, I just did it completely by accident. I didn't even realize I did it. You can change your laugh. We have the technology. Okay. So yeah, this thing that we're doing here, it's not a list. It is somewhere within our status endpoint. They're saying line 380. Damn. Someone. Right? I did when someone shills something this hard, the only reasonable response is skepticism. Someone then replied, the secret is to use Gitkraken while you're managing all your agents. The number one reason I outship everyone I know is because I am religious about version control. Without this critical human in the loop factor, we're not at a place where AI will just figure it all out. and not start tunneling and breaking your code base eventually. It's a constant battle of creating checkpoints to do this whole AI thing right. The secret is to squash all your commits, use the Git Kraken summarize feature to accelerate the learning of your code base as it's happening. Nice. Yeah, dude, I didn't even have to write it. Someone else wrote that for me. Hold on. Nice. Nice. I didn't even have to shill Git Kraken myself. That's just science. That's fucking dope. Hold on, I'm sharing that. I am sharing that for sure. I think coworkers might be kind of pumped. Paid actor. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yes, now I gotta follow back. Thank you, Raymond. Appreciate you. Dude, that's fucking great. Yeah, dude, that's huge. Thanks, man. Dude, that's fucking huge. I feel like that makes me look really good. Like, thanks, Raymond. Dude, that was awesome. I feel like that makes me look really good. I shared that with our like private team marketing channel thing. Man, dude, that feels good. That just made my day. Now I don't even feel bad about not waking up early enough to do some work this morning. I deserved it. I'm kidding, by the way. The work I needed to do isn't even get cracking work. I need to finish editing the lightning talks for Cascadia. It's really light editing. I just got to like sync the audio with the video and then do like a light bit of color correction. And I've been slacking on it for far too long. Like that might be what I end up working on tonight. After some gaming, obviously. Duh. Obviously. After food later, too. Ooh, do I do chili dogs again? Do I do just regular hot dogs? Got pot pies. I got shrimp. Oh, I could do shrimp scampi. Maybe that's a tomorrow meal. Maybe that's a tomorrow meal. Dude, shrimp scampi does sound really good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I got options. I got plenty of food. I have too much food. Right? Like, I got so much shit in my freezer and fridge even, but there's still just those days where it's like, yeah, I don't want to eat any of that. I want chili dogs or something, you know? I can't help it. For the shrimp scampi, I do mine maybe a slightly different way. It's like the butter is like the main part of the sauce, yes, but I season the shrimp as I'm cooking it with cayenne pepper, paprika, garlic powder, and onion powder. They cook in oil to like, finish, and then I melt in a bunch of butter after the noodles. I use angel hair for the noodles as well. I don't know, maybe that's a spicy take. But then, yes, I'll cook up the noodles super quick and just throw those in and toss with the butter that melted up with all the seasoning and stuff, and boom, dinner. It's a really, like, simple and easy meal. It's like the grown-up version of butter noodles. Mentioning angel hair turned it into alchemy. I don't know. I like the angel hair because it cooks so damn fast. Like, just get the water to a boil while you're doing your other shit, and you throw the angel hair in, and like 30 seconds later, it's done. Like, it's so fucking quick. I think I'd end up using fresh onion with it. I need to check on my garlic. I get the Costco thing of garlic, right? It's like already like granulated and all that, but it's like, the fresher garlic instead of like powdered bullshit garlic. But I feel like I never use it enough, and it starts to like develop this I don't know, like a smell where it's like, oh, is it fermenting into alcohol? Is that what I'm smelling? But it's probably still just like the garlic being strong, and I just never smell it when it's fresh. So then when I check it like 3 months later, I don't know if that's actually the same smell or not. But I just don't go through enough of that garlic, right? The Costco size thing of it. I'd be better off just like growing garlic with how often I actually use it. Like the fresh stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Foodie stream in disguise, though, isn't it? Very, very light disguise. But yeah, let's look at this bug. So when we're doing this, we get to line 380. All right. Sorry, sir. I get distracted very easily. What's everyone up to? Anything fun this weekend? I know the weekend's winding down, but did anyone do anything cool? Who here is stoked to go back to work on Monday? And I know I made this comment earlier. Someone else made a comment. Yeah, they've been out of work. They would love to go back to work on Monday. I get it. I get it. Right? Grass is always greener. Yanlin is not looking forward to work on Monday. I get it. I get it. Uh, 3D Factor is a freelancer, and even they dread Mondays. Sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays. Anyone say that to you, Peter, ever? Right? Like, you know, oh, sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays? Nah, man. Hell no. I do believe you get your ass kicked for saying something like that. There you go. That was a quote from Office Space, if you haven't seen it, 3D Factor. And it's... I said Peter. Peter's the main character. It's Lawrence. Lawrence is the person he asks it to. Sorry, I mixed up the names. That's my bad. So, Chaotic, you invested too much time in Power Wash Simulator 2. Interesting. It does seem like it'd be oddly cathartic. There's another one where it's like oh, is it Unpacking? This is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, for sure. Right? This also seems like it'd be really cathartic. Ethan, you're a sucker for House Flipper too? Got it. Doesn't this seem like a really, like, kind of just, like, cathartic game? I say this as a person who still has stuff sitting in boxes from when I moved in 3 years ago. Almost 4 years ago. Oh, absolutely 3D Factor. Yeah, dude. I would rather play this game than do it in real life. Ugh. You fucking kidding me? Fuck that. Yeah, I'd much rather play this game than unpack all my shit in real life. Hell no, dude. And yes, I have a very messy home. It's not like it's not like dirty. It's just cluttered. Right? Like I'm a clutter kind of person. I actually like the clutter. You know? Saw some meme the other day where it's like a short and the wife is just like sees some like nails or something on the counter. And it's like 1 month goes by, 2 months go by. By the third month, she just grabs the nails and like throws them away or puts them somewhere. And then like 5 minutes later, the husband walks up like, "Hey, honey, have you seen where I put my nails? They were right here." Yeah, right? Like the moment I clean things up, I don't know where anything is. Meanwhile, oh, wait, no, I was walking through my apartment and I saw this thing sitting somewhere after I had just taken out the trash. Hold on. Where was that? And then, boom, lo and behold, it's right where I left it. Yeah, I walked through and saw it like 3 weeks ago, but it's still there. It'll be fine. So, yeah, that's definitely how I work. There you go. Yeah. There you guys go. Yeah, totally. You love using power washers in real life, but it's too cold out right now, so this does the trick. Got it. That makes sense. Have you ever posted to like the power washing subreddit? That could be fun. All right, yeah. Back to this. So 380 in lens controller. Okay, sorry. Got distracted. Just wanted to check on something. I still feel bad. Like, we haven't heard from Brainless in a couple days. I feel bad about that. But yeah, we do need to inspect pending events. Oh, and it's not a list. It's just the number. Has it only ever been a number? Well, that's easy enough. All right, so, right, we see a list. Pending events, queued events. Queued events is empty. All right, so we do a start. We get that back, sure. And then go for tech. Ooh, I think you're right, man. Suddenly thinking there might be a market for a luggage packing simulator. Yes, especially if you're packing your luggage based like upon a specific destination. Dude, that could be fun. That could be really cathartic too. Dude, yeah, Gopher. That could be a really good game, dude. Yeah, I think that'd be smart. So hold on. Point of reference for a conversation. Because I think this is actually somewhat interesting to me specifically. Like, what counts as AI generated in the context of like a game on Steam? All right, so if I use tab autocomplete in my code editor, do I need to tell Steam my game is AI made? All right, if I used AI to help read and understand documentation, do I need to disclose that? If I copy a line of code from the examples the LLM gave to help me understand the documentation, does a small repeating texture that has been ran through a human-made shader graph used for a background detail of a skybox mean my game needs to be marked as AI? If I used an LLM to help understand an error and used its guidance to fix a bug, does this need to be disclosed? Yeah, like where is the line drawn on a game being AI made? You know, I think that's actually important. I think that's really important. Okay, so hold on. Where is this person from? Open router. Okay. Now, hold on. Oh, and I can't do replies that long? Oh, there you go. Yeah, yeah. Using Photoshop should count. I'm trying to find like a good way to like squeeze this in. But yeah, we need to start tracking this better. But I don't know, man. I could easily see like the worst providers just padding those numbers. Right? We're doing multiple Office Space references today. It's like Superman 3, right? You know, there's these fractions of a penny that get rounded off. Well, we just take those fractions of a penny and we put them in another jar, right? Like you'd take a penny from the tray. What, from the disabled kids thing? No, that's the jar. I mean the tray, right? The pennies for everyone. It's like Superman 3. I swear some of the cheaper providers are pulling a fast one. Technically, no. I'm still quoting Office Space, though, okay? Take it easy. But yeah, like, I don't know. This seems like a major fucking problem. Like, it's super weird. Like, I bet Open Router has access to enough of this data that they could really track and understand some of the companies that are inflating output in a way they shouldn't. You know? Like, dude, is there any fucking reason for this? No. Like, what the fuck, man? Couldn't they just pass it through a string.trim? You know? Like, come on, man. Is that what happens when it fails? No, it actually works. Like, I don't know if that output gave us a successful or failed response. But what we can see with other providers is that they are actually consistent in their output. Like, dude, we can go through 7, 8, 9, 10 pages from this provider and not a single outlier, right? Like, not a single outlier. There's something weird about that. Right? And then when we're looking at it, dude, this is like a more reasonable output. I'd be really curious how the fuck Novita got to 30,000 tokens. Like, dude, there's just something wrong there. Wonder if it's intentional or they just mucked about with the inference settings like temperature, repetition control, and got that as a consequence. Maybe. In my opinion, whether it's intentional or not, they still benefit. So they're not incentivized to fix it until someone calls them out on their bullshit. So tinfoil hat time. They might even already know about it. And they're just not fixing it because it doesn't benefit them. But if it was really about just the model, other providers would have that issue. If it was just the model, we would have had that issue with any other provider so far. But we don't. Right? We exclude the offenders and everything is consistent and awesome. Everything is awesome. Right? Not a single outlier. But we were consistently getting outliers like that with other providers. Like, there's something weird about that, dude. There's something weird about that. Like, sure, it fluctuates. That's fine. And yes, sometimes we're going to have massively larger input. That's actually fine too. We're expecting to have larger input. But the output? What the fuck, dude? There's something weird. There's something really weird. But yeah, real quick. Are my credits used when output like that is given? Yes, and that's why we started looking into it. Because I ran some shit that should not have cost me more than 2 cents, but it cost me a shitload. Like, that's fucking weird. And then we had to cut out, like, the expensive providers, too. Because, yeah, the expensive providers fucking suck. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's weird. One of them things, man. One of them things, man. I really like OpenRouter. I think OpenRouter is great. The fact that the OpenRouter CEO reached out is interesting. But like these other companies that are actually abusing things, crickets. But also, you know, it's holiday weekend still. I could see that. Damn. All right, Bitcoin's bouncing back, eh? All right, let me get more music going. But yeah, GPT OSS 120B, it feels fine. Like, dude, yeah, it seems like it's doing the job. Qwen 3 is supposed to be faster? Yeah, I'm only going based off of this graph, basically. All right, so I'm going off this graph. I'm not sure I even see Qwen 3 in here. Which seems like a mistake. Oh, we see Qwen 3, 235B, A22B. I mean, let's get rid of some of these that we just won't care about. And we'll add back Qwen, saying Qwen 3 next. Yeah, no, I get that. All right, so Qwen 3 next over here. Seems to me like it still gets like a lower score. And it costs more. Yeah. I mean, I did the non-reasoning version because reasoning is typically more expensive anyway. Right. So yeah, Qwen 3 Next reasoning is over there, but it's more expensive. It does look like it's marginally more intelligent than GPT OSS. But as far as like running this in the cloud, yeah. Um, but yeah, cost doesn't matter in your case because you're just running it yourself. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Qwen 3 Next does seem good. Honestly, Nemotron seems like the most compelling one to me so far. And yeah, Nemotron looks like it's even cheaper. So yeah, it's just slightly less intelligent than GPT OSS, but it does look massively cheaper. Right, so yeah, continuing along. Yeah, on lens result goes away. Yeah, on download dialog open change. Yeah, that's gone. We don't do that anymore. And yeah, I think we're good on that. Let's clean up some other stuff we're not using. And what's up, David? How you doing? What's the haps? We're just working on stuff. Yeah, exactly. Right, so we'll save the lens. That means now we've got 0 pending events. We should be able to click this, and it runs, and we should start to see the status, but we don't see that. And I already know the issue. Interesting. So this should be giving us a status of it actually running. Then status in interval running. So yeah, we're just not updating values here like we should. But we do see that recurring thing happening. You need to use that neo-brutalism theme at some point. It's pretty good. I like it. But yeah, so here's our next step. What we want to do is we want to update these values as this stuff comes in. So yeah, we want this value to update. We want this value to update. And we want to disable this run button while we are in a running state. So that's basically the is processing value that we're using to disable this button. We actually just need to use a different thing. But I got a piece. Give me a second. Alrighty. And I'm back. Sorry, I had to pee. All right, so they mentioned that there is a max tokens thing. Makes it cheaper but useless. Yeah, I'm just wondering what like the max tokens thing actually does. Yeah, this is where we need to just set up some like benchmarking testing stuff. I don't know if I want to implement this into the app just yet, right? I'd want to actually like fully like fiddle with and test this. Some allow adjusting thinking. Yeah, we can adjust temperature and verbosity. We can make sure we set verbosity to low. We are sending structured output. I think verbosity low is important. But yeah, League is back up. You're going to go play with some friends. Yeah, no worries, Crow. Have fun. Play some Singed for me. All right. Anyway, sorry. Okay. Sorry. I keep getting distracted. Let's keep doing this. So, yeah, we do that part. We get it running. We want the status of the button to be driven off of our actual state, and we want to update the values that we're seeing as the fetches happen. Now, just to be double super safety sure, let's do a refresh of this on page 1. Do we see anything going above and beyond the call of duty for how much output we expect? No, dude. Not a single one, now that we've gotten rid of the providers that suck. Yes, are they all going through chutes? Well, maybe that's the way it should have been from the start. But not a single outlier. Not a single outlier. We do see a couple spike up to like 400, which they shouldn't. But honestly, that's reasonable compared to 2,000. 7,000 actually, compared to 30,000. Not a single outlier above a K. Yeah, dude. Some providers. That's the problem. Not a single one. Right? Even when we have massively increased input size because it's maybe a Hacker News or a Lobsters post or something, yeah, like our input increases and the output is still reasonable. Like, dude, those other providers, they're pulling some shenanigans, dude. Like, straight up fraud, in my opinion. And they've got to be aware of it. How is that something that would go unnoticed at a company whose sole business is input and output for their model stuff, right? So it's not Open Router that's the problem. It's just some providers, man, that they're using, that they're routing to. Straight up fraud. Like every once in a while, we'll spike to 456. Should it have done that? Probably not. We do see reasoning spike pretty heavily. We do see training allowed. I'm okay with that. I don't give a shit. I'm okay if they train on the data I'm sending because I'm not sending anything special anyway. Let's pour another beverage and let's keep working. And yeah, what's up, Small Knight? How you doing? Mr. Sir. Yeah, what you up to? What's everyone up to? Any luck figuring out the noise? No. And now that we've ignored the provider that gave us that, we haven't seen a single instance of it since. That's got to be pretty damning. Have I been to either of Australia's ski spots, Perisher or Thredbo? No, I've never been to Australia. If I were going to go snowboard in that area, I'd go to New Zealand. Just saying. New Zealand, it's like Australia except without all the dangerous animals. No, Australians do still visit New Zealand from time to time. Roasted. That one felt good. That one felt really good. Come on, that was a good one. Oh, where's Robotic Ed when you need him? That was such a good one. Come on, Small Knight, you know that was a good joke. No, Australians do still visit New Zealand from time to time. Roasted. Like, oh, dude. Oh, that felt good. Oh, that feels real good. Oh, that's real good. I'm really proud of that one. That one, we're scheduling that one. So on stream last night, I'm going to post this tomorrow morning. That's why. Someone talked about skiing in Australia, and I mentioned I would probably just go to New Zealand instead. Someone then commented, New Zealand is like Australia, but without all the dangerous animals. Had to break it to them that Australians do sometimes visit New Zealand. Boom, roasted. I'm pumped on it. I feel like that's a solid joke tweet. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. First thing. Yeah, the two most dangerous animals in Australia are the sun and the people. Yeah, exactly. Fucking bogans. Fucking bogans, man. You ever seen that show, This Is Littleton? There's a bit where it's like, me and my boyfriend, I'm not your boyfriend. Whatever. We were out, we made love all night. She gave me a handy, like in my car, right? Well, whatever. Anyway, car got towed. We need to get it back. Okay, and it's a WRX. Excuse you, racist. But yes, it is a WRX. Like, it's just so funny. It's a really good bit. Excuse you, racist. But yes, it is a WRX. Just typical bogan. It's fucking hilarious. But it's not right to assume. Yeah, if you haven't seen the show This Is Littleton, I think especially being Australian, you'd like it. But yeah, some of these other actors you'd probably recognize from, what is it, like Auntie something or other? I forget the name of that show, but it's like Auntie Donna, maybe? Auntie Donna? Yeah, Auntie Donna. Is it a good show? I haven't seen that one yet. But yeah, dude, all of these people are so fucking good. This is a really good show. There's only 2 seasons of it, but it nails it. And hold on, wait. What about RWX, Rob? What does that have to do with anything? Is he Australian? That would make a lot of sense. And I'm only kidding. I don't know. But yeah, what about Rob Yenlin? This just in, Twitch streamer permanently banned from Australia. Yeah, me. I get it. That's fine. I have a crippling fear of spiders. There's no fucking way I'm going to Australia. No. No. Hell no. No. Ugh, no. Nope. No. No, 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 no. There's fucking no way, dude. Bullshit. They got spiders that live in the house. They're like a pet. They're like a dog or whatever. They're like a roommate. You got to feed them. Right? They're like a bad roommate. Fuck that. Hell no, dude. Hell no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah, that huntsman, that's just Tim. You know, he pays rent by eating the mice and snakes and rats. Really small night? Okay, maybe it's like not in big cities. Like it's maybe just in suburbs where you got like the family huntsman spider, bigger than your dog, or maybe bigger than your cat. Semi-rural or rural. Okay, so if you live in the city, you don't have a roommate huntsman spider. Okay, I could take that. I could be into that. Okay. Yeah, the hustle and bustle of city life just isn't for huntsman spiders. I get it. That makes sense. I bet they live in the sewer still. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got a squatter in my apartment. 8 legs, bunch of eyes. What a dick. A lot of people use cats for pest control. Yeah, except when the spider's big enough to eat the cat. All right, anyway. There's no such spiders that could eat cats. You're telling me that fucker couldn't eat a cat? No, probably not. You're right. Nah, you're probably right. Still, though. Yeah, spider that big owns the house I live in. Yep. The annexation of Puerto Rico. No, but there are the ones in the desert, right? I don't know if they count as spiders though. What is it? Camel spider? Don't these fuckers get big enough to eat a cat? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. I've heard they can get pretty damn big, but go fuck that. Yeah, snakes can absolutely eat cats for sure. Those were the ones that you meant about the sand dunes. Yeah, exactly. I swear there are camel spiders that could eat a cat, but they'd have to like sneak up on them. Right? They'd have to get the cat while it's sleeping. I honestly feel like a huntsman could do the same. Snakes are the reason cats are scared of cucumbers. Absolutely. Snakes are the reason we developed peripheral vision, like mammals in general. Yep. I believe it dates all the way back to like rodent like eyes when they were first being developed. It's at least the theory, right? I don't know for sure. No, I read it somewhere. I don't know where I read it though. It was on like Slashdot like years ago. I don't know, Rhinosaur. Spamming some bullshit. Oh no, dude. Yeah, you were banned for that same shit before. Yeah, you were banned for that same fucking thing, dude. Fuck off. First time they got banned. Appreciate your advice. Blah blah blah. I made a game, something. And then next time, ew, I made a game on Steam. Go download it called something banned. Denied the unban request, and then yeah, just recently spamming us again. Dude, fuck off, Rhinosaur. That is absolutely getting reported. They've done it here multiple times. They've done it here a bunch. So yeah, they're just poking the hornet. Like they're just being a fucking dick about it. So yeah, they can fuck right off. And I'm going to block them too. Boom, blocked, easy. What do I mean spamming? Yeah, exactly, dude. Their first message since a year ago, like almost exactly a year ago, and it was spamming some bullshit. Yeah, they can fuck right off. And there you go, Yanlin. That's a fun one. Check out Yanlin's new website at localhost. No big deal. You vibe coded it, didn't you? Nicely done. Yeah, what the fuck, man? Why you stealing Ethan's project there, dude? All right, more music. Damn, dude. Okay, so who here has seen the movie The Pest? I randomly clicked in. I randomly clicked into a post where it's like, hey, Peter, explain the joke. And then someone injected a quote from The Pest. Cocteau after the French playwright? 9 after my 2 favorite body parts. Gross. But yeah, dude, The Pest reference in 2026? What the fuck? That's insane. That's fucking crazy. Reasoning effort level. Right, so this is only really supported for a couple models. I don't know if it would count for the OSS model. I'm just not sure about that. Yeah, but I feel like I can just do max tokens anyway and call it good. Right? Seems to me like max tokens is a more globally applicable thing. But I guess here's the big thing, right? Like the thing that we screenshotted with all of that weird fucking padding, that doesn't even seem like reasoning as the problem to me. Right? Like, dude, this isn't even reasoning. This is just straight up bad output. You know? It's just straight up bad output. Reasoning tokens was only 111, actually. So it's not even reasoning that's the problem. It's just fucking, just bad output, dude. It's fucking weird. So yeah, limiting reasoning isn't even it, right? Max tokens is the only thing that would be applicable because it wasn't reasoning that went off the rails. No shit, did my subscription finally run out? I think it did. Awesome. Yeah, that's cool. Finally. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm not verified yet. That for a fucking reason. Fuck Elon. What an asshole. But come on, guys. Is there not anyone that wants to like this post? Are you trying to work at these companies and you don't want to be seen, right? Like scrapably hating this post or hating on the companies? I get it. If you want to work at Crusoe, Novita, Cerebras, or GMI Cloud, I get it. Yeah, don't associate yourself. But if you'd never work for them anyway, fuck them. But yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Why associate yourself with a jerk? I mean, me. All right, last beverage, because that's the last of the soda anyway. Honestly, this isn't even going to be a good one, because I don't think I have enough soda to make it good. But we'll sip on it. Now, I guess here's the question. I know I have food in the house. I should probably just cook that food. But Indian food's just so easy. And it's so delicious, too. All right, here comes the deciding factor. Oh, so that's the deciding factor. I can't do express straight to me. All right, so I'll give it some time. But yeah, if I can't do the express straight to me thing, nah, it's not worth ordering DoorDash. All right, so back to what we're actually doing. I know I'm taking my sweet ass time, aren't I? But yeah, this is the main thing. So updating the status. When the status updates, hmm. So hold on. Yeah, is processing. This is actually going to be lens status. We're not doing the stop processing thing, but honestly, we should. Okay, so, and yeah, I think that leaving off is a little outdated. Oh, see, now I can do the direct to me thing if I just refresh the page 5 minutes later. Hmm. Hmm. Well, now I can order it. All right, so Indian food on the way because I didn't feel like cooking tonight anyway. That's a thing for tomorrow. And yeah, they're saying food will be here by like 7:30. I'm actually thinking it'll probably be here by like 7:10. But yeah, we still got time. So let's do that. Thinking I'll play a little bit of some gaming tonight, but I do want to like pivot into some video editing for Cascadia. Like I should have had it done 2 weeks ago. So that's on me. All right, so let's try this again. Let's see what we get. And let me double check this side of things. Yeah. All right, so food is not on the way yet, and we're good there. So what I want to do here is we'll edit. All right, so that resets things. What we need to do is after we've edited a lens, we should probably come back and activate that lens. What dish did I get? I just get butter chicken. It's like barely Indian food, but it's fucking delicious. So yeah, butter chicken and garlic naan. I'm kind of a creature of habit. I really only eat the same shit over and over again. I like what I like, you know? Now, if I'm out eating with people and they're like, ooh, this is delicious, try it. Oh, I'll try it. Yeah, yeah. But what am I going to order? I'm going to order the thing that I know is good most of the time anyway. Aloo paratha? I feel like I've had lacha paratha or whatever, right? I prefer naan bread over it, though. I've had something paratha. It's made out of potato. Sounds good. I'm pretty partial to naan. I am pretty partial to naan bread. Like, lacha paratha's fine. It's good. It's just not as good as naan. As long as the naan is done right. I hate when you get naan that's like burnt, basically. To where it's like so dry and like brittle and crispy and gross. Like, that's not why you order naan. You want that like stretchy, moist awesomeness, right? You don't want dried out naan bread. But yeah, no, I prefer naan over paratha for sure. I don't know about aloo paratha. I haven't tried it. But lacha paratha, it's fine. If I didn't have naan, well, yeah, lacha paratha's fine. But if naan's available, yeah, you just order naan. I guess one thing I would happily order is papadums. I haven't even looked to see if they have papadums. But I could definitely order papadums. Those are fun. Those are good. I like a bit of crunch, you know. But papadums, are they even traditional Indian food, or is that like British Indian food? Damn, I feel seen. If you drew this S in a notebook, it's time to take note of your cholesterol. You should probably be getting a prostate check here eventually, too. What a coincidence, going for your yearly blood work checkup in the morning. Yeah, I haven't done blood work in 3 or 4 years. I am definitely less healthy than I was back then. So, yes, I need to do that. No, I'm slacking on my health. I need to fix that. We all do. We all need to make sure we are healthier going into the next bit of the year. But whatever. All right, so here's our next step. We should be able to click run here, and we see the stop button, and we should start seeing this value update, but we're not seeing that value update. We did see pending events and a few seconds ago update, but we're not seeing this value update. We do see the start and stop, right? Like that status does actually persist, which is good. That's actually really good. But for some reason, our pending like status fetch is not updating this value. It did update processing, but we're not updating the number as we go. And we need to figure that part out. So we'll do that here in a sec. I do have to go pee, but we need to figure out, yeah, why is that value not updating? We do see, hold on, over time, I think, is this value updating? I don't think it is. So yeah, that's another thing that we need to make sure updates. Alrighty. Sorry. Give me a sec. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna need to blow my nose. I think we're fine. Anyway. And yeah, KB Tail, how you doing? So yeah, we don't see the values updating when they need to. We kick these off, and that's fine. But in this, there's like a value that we need to be updating. So total events, that one can stay the same, but processed events. I'm using neorealism.dev. Yeah, for sure. Looks like that component library is no longer maintained. Isn't it? We saw the author come into stream like a little bit ago. When you say it's no longer maintained, if we go to it. Okay, so he hasn't updated in 6 months. Oh, he actually lists it as no longer maintained. Oh, shit. He doesn't find joy in building it. We did see this person come into chat at one point, which is interesting. The project is MIT licensed, which means you can fork it and continue working on it. What I would simply be wondering is like, dude, yes, we could fork it, but you own the domain name. Yeah, it's easy to build new shit and like do all that for sure. But he needs to open this up for other people. Like he needs to like hand off the domain. Like he needs to do like all of that kind of stuff. All right, so this person's working on retro UI, basically the same idea. Three weeks ago, 7 hours ago. So this dude's putting in work. That's cool. I actually think it's worse though, because like the shadow doesn't change. Oh, it does. It gets a little smaller. I'd rather see it go to 0. Yeah. It ends up being similar enough. Yeah, I just wish. Like, I'd rather see it go, like, down to 0, but maybe that's what happens when you click. I don't think it should go outside of, like, the scope, though. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's, like, some slight design stuff that I would do differently. But, yeah. I mean, I could always refactor. Is this one also MIT? I would assume so. Does say MIT right there, yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, if the other one's just not going to get any changes, this might be a better one to fork and contribute to. think we're good. Yeah, I probably definitely need to blow my nose, but whatever. So yeah, I don't know. We could always refactor to retro UI. Yeah, I like the other one. I like some of the design decisions, right? Like, I don't know. Like, honestly, I can see how they're doing the button in this one versus the other one, and neither of them is, like, actually what I'm looking for. I think that's the tricky bit. All right, so let's try this. Let's see if it updates. Let's go to edit. All right, we can save the lens and we turn it on. It's running. So that part's updating. I guarantee we've got some found events in there, though. We do, so we're not updating that. All right, so let's give ourselves a leaving off because it looks like my food's being picked up. Oh. Wait, that's not what I want to do. What the fuck happened there? There we go. And what's up, typical hard worker? How you doing? Yeah, how's India going? I'm actually getting Indian food delivered. And they're picking it up right now. I'm going to have some butter chicken and garlic naan. But yeah, so we're leaving ourselves a leaving off note for what we want to do tomorrow. And we should go find someone to raid. I'll be over on Gaming Channel. I'll probably play, we'll watch a show while I eat. And then I'll probably play some game for an hour or two. But then I definitely need to make sure I get into some video editing tonight. Because I got to send off at least the next batch or two of videos for the Cascadia JS things, right? I know Indian food's way beyond butter chicken and garlic naan, but that's what I want to eat, okay? I don't give a fuck if it's traditional or if it's proper. I don't care. It's delicious. And the place that makes it is actually one of the best in Washington State. And it's just a couple blocks away. Because I live in Redmond, yeah, there's a lot of Indian people that work at Microsoft. So yeah, the best food in Washington, or best Indian food in Washington State? Yeah, dude. So let's go raid someone. Damn. Food was done way quicker than I expected, so now we gotta rush. We see Coppinger, we're raiding the Coppinger. Actually, I feel like he's been away from his desk for a while now. Alright, we go raid someone else. Fuck. Bad cop. Bad cop it is. Oh, they're playing Minecraft. Fuck that. Damn it, dude. What's up with Sunday nights, man? We see Danny Stem. We see Hack Smarter. We see Trycatch. We see Blazebits. We go raid Blazebits. It's like $40. It's spendy. Right? If I was just getting it there, it'd be 25 or 30. So it's really whatever. It's more expensive than it should be. But whatever. I don't care. I didn't feel like cooking tonight. Deal with it. So, YouTube people, thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to bid farewell on the YouTube part, like right away. Later, YouTube. Thank you all for chilling.